I'd like to bring the meeting to order, and I'm going to ask Reverend Alderman Davis to do the invocation, please, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Creator God, we thank you for the countless blessings you bestow upon Southport and all the people who live here, work here, and visit here. We ask today that you give us open hearts and open minds so that we can make good and right decisions for the benefit of Southport. Amen.
I will entertain a motion to go into public comment.
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Any conversation, comments? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we are now in public comment. Just as a reminder, in public comment, when you get up there, if you would please say your name, your address, and specifically say where you live. The zip code does not mean that you live in the city of Southport, so if you live outside of the city of Southport, you're absolutely allowed to talk, but please make that designation available. And you'll notice that we will not normally comment about your comments because the School of Government asks us not to do that because it will drag the meeting on forever because we'll get into debates about that. But if you wish to on your comments, please make sure the clerk has their contact information and get back to you and make sure that you really actually heard you, are taking your information into consideration for our deliberations. And with that, ma'am.
Bonnie Bray.
There we go. Good morning. I'm Bonnie Bray. I live at 515 Quartermaster Drive in Southport. I just want to thank you this morning for two things. Thank you for taking the steps on your agenda to address the old courthouse building, its current state of disrepair, and thank you for meeting with the folks from the Center for the Arts in Southport tomorrow at 5:30. I know you're going to review and discuss their proposals for the future of the building, and we appreciate, I as a citizen, appreciate that information getting out there in a sit-down conversation. I think you in the center are starting from the same place. The building needs to be saved, and the building needs to serve common purposes for Southport citizens. You need a permanent place to hold meetings, and residents need a place that is open to the public and can be shared by everyone. I think you'll find common ground tomorrow in the fact that both needs can be satisfied. Thanks.
That's it. Wow. I'll entertain the motion to come out of public comment. There's a motion and a second. Any comment? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. It's unanimous. Next is I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda that's in front of you. That's at the end. With that said, there's a motion and there's a second. Any comment? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved. The first thing that's up is on the consent.
If you're adding those closed sessions, someone needs to make a
Oh, I'm
motion.
sorry. I apologize. That's what you meant. I apologize. I'm sorry. I thought it was already on the page here, and it is not. So, I will entertain a motion that the agenda be amended to have a closed session at the end to consult with attorney under 143-318-113 to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney, the public body, which is with which privilege is hereby acknowledged, and under 143-13318, 116, to consider qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear and to investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer and employees. So what I'm asking for is a motion to have a closed session on those two subjects.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any comment? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much, and I apologize, sir. I misunderstood. So the next item is the consent agenda. There's two items on the consent agenda. There's a budget amendment for an automatic transfer switch. There isn't a lot of debate about whether we do this or not. We have to do it. This particular item failed at the firehouse, and because it failed at the firehouse, we lost the capability of having generator backup to the tune of $100,970. Just a small token of what it costs to have that. That's the one item. A little sidebar to that one consent agenda item is that the city is starting the process of working with the Corps of Army Engineers. They've had a program out there since 2011 in which they come in and they can pre-wire buildings that are specifically designated to be support during disasters, i.e. the firehouse or any other secondary building we ask for. And then you don't store the generator, the backup generator to the backup generator. They will bring it to you if your generator fails for any reason. This program takes a long time to get going once you file the paperwork because so many people want to have that pre-wiring. Otherwise, if your generator fails, and my information is a little stale, it's a few years old, but on average, about 30% of generators fail over the course of 2 weeks during a disaster. Some of that is attributed to a lack of fuel and the ability to get fuel in. Some of that is because things break. And so when that happens, if this same thing were to happen during a storm, it took us weeks now to get the pieces in here and can do all of this. We could have called the Corps and they would have brought a generator to run that building if we needed to. So we're moving in that direction. It takes a long time, but I thank staff for moving forward with that. And the second item is a city boat slip design. That's for a tune of $15,000. That is to install boat slips at the city dock, which is down at the tidal basin. The slips in yesteryear sometimes were rented to different people in the city for their personal boats. The purpose of these slips is not for that. The purpose of these slips is for government boats, specifically for Southport boats, the fire boats and stuff like that. But it can also be used for the wildlife people or the Coast Guard or anybody else that's in that kind of first responder mode, law enforcement mode. If they needed a slip, they would have them. So those are the two items on the consent agenda. And do I have a motion to accept the
So moved.
motion on the floor? And is there any discussion?
Might note the $1,000 being paid for by insurance, so it's not a. Yeah.
But it's the money and the fact of time. It takes a long time to get these things happen. But that's just what happens with anything that's mechanical. They sometimes break. So we're all moving forward, and the fire chief and the fire department has been on this from the moment it happened. So I thank them.
And the only other thing to note on that truly is that's our city emergency headquarters when we do have storms coming in. So we really, really need that to be working.
Okay, all in favor of that, please say aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. The next item is special recognition for new employees. Sir, are you? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Good morning, everyone. I am thrilled to announce my two newest team members with us today. We have Karen Martin, who is our Building and Events Manager, and then Jessie LaBelle, who is the Assistant Director of Community Relations. They've both hit the ground running, handling our largest event of the year, the North Carolina 4th of July festivities, with great success. Their hard work and dedication are already making a positive impact, and please join me in welcoming them to the team. Look at. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the team. Lance. Lance Flint is our Finance Department Director, and he will be introducing our new Deputy Finance Director.
Good morning. So it's my pleasure to introduce Joey Cronenwetter as our new Deputy Finance Director. Joey is a Southport native. He was born here, went to Southport Elementary School, went to South Brunswick and then NC State, and after spending a couple years in Raleigh after college, he came back here. Joey is so Southport that he often drives a golf cart to work, weather permitting. So he's been drinking from a fire hose for the last 4 weeks, and he's been doing really well. Fortunately for Joey, he missed budget and merger. Unfortunately for Joey, he's point man on audit. So join me in welcoming Joey. We're happy to have him.
Well, you say he's our point guy on audit, huh? Have you told him about that? Okay. All right. Next up is agenda item number H, which is special presentations. And Director Linda Stanley of Dozier Hospital is here to bring us up to speed on all things good Dozier.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, even if it's 9 a.m. on a Monday morning. You all are real troopers here. Yes, I'm Linda Stanley, CEO and President of Dozier Memorial Hospital. Good morning to everyone. I've been a part of Dozier Hospital for the past 38 years. And yes, I started when I was 10. I always tell everyone that. But I will tell you the 38 years have been a true joy to watch this community grow. And it's what's kept me here. I moved here from Savannah, Georgia, another town on the water. And what we have here is truly a jewel. And I'm very privileged to be a part of the infrastructure and the progress of this town. I wanted to take a few moments to just bring you up to speed on a few things. One being growth, and two, really a little bit about our financial stability. I'll first start by saying we are very privileged to have a small community hospital. Hospitals across this country are closing, especially rural hospitals. Just recently, in August of last year, one of our last rural hospitals closed in North Carolina, in Williamston, North Carolina. So now the people of Williamston have to drive at least 30 minutes, 45 minutes to the closest emergency department. And that's scary. That's very frightening when minutes truly matter. So we're fortunate to have Dozier Hospital as a part of our community. As you know, we just celebrated our anniversary, 94 years, 95 years in Southport. Again, you just don't hear of a small community hospital existing as an independent hospital for that long. Most of the hospitals are owned by a corporate entity. Dozier Hospital is the only independent critical access hospital left in North Carolina. And that's because of what I would say there are three reasons that we're the only hospital left. One reason is because of our tax. That's why we remain independent, financially viable, and we are high tech. We're not a community hospital that doesn't exist or that exists with outdated equipment and facilities. We were very fortunate that this community saw the need for this hospital and voted to tax themselves to support this hospital. Those tax dollars can only be used for maintenance and capital improvement. We are required to really operate and use those dollars to keep the lights on and the doors open for this community. We cannot use those dollars for any salaries or operational use. So we're very fortunate that over the past few years we've been able to operate in a break-even at least position, and that's hard. And the reason it's hard is that there are challenges that we are faced with. If you have insurance, you know that that's not easy. Daily, these rules change as to what our payments will look like based on the services that we provide. So insurance reimbursement is one of the things that makes it very difficult for us to operate at even a break-even. Another thing that makes it very difficult for us is the need for employees, high-quality employees, where it's important that we are competitive in the salaries that we offer and that our recruitment efforts are actually aligned or ahead of the next facility that those providers or employees are looking at. So recruitment of staff is another thing that makes it really difficult and is a challenge for us in order to break even. So what makes us different is, yes, the tax. That is huge for us. Two is that we have a foundation that also supports us. They go out into community, they have events, and they also support us with capital needs and supporting any of our service line needs. And then third are our volunteers. We have over 100 volunteers who show up every day to support the service lines, whether it's giving up their time or working across the street at the flea market where they sell amazing goods at very low prices, but they make a lot of money that helps us to close those gaps with the needs that we may have. So that makes us different. That's why we're in a position that we can survive. The last thing that closes most hospitals that keeps us afloat is the growth of the community. And that growth is because you all have the foresight to have the infrastructure in place that people want to come here. And as a result of them wanting to come here, then our hospital is able to survive and thrive because of that growth. So as a part of the growth, we know that everyone needs access to care. So our board, and I would like to recognize one of our board members, Mr. Charles Drew, they have the vision to say we need to grow. And as a result of that, we embarked on our master facility plan. Our master facility plan, the first 7 years, we're in our first 3 years of that, includes several items. The first one is that our operating room is very busy. We knew that we needed another washer in order to really operate at the highest level of efficiency, which was not a small feat to actually purchase this and get it installed while we never closed an OR. But we've done that. So we have installed a second washer in our OR. The second thing is out on Long Beach Road. We had an area that had not been built out. So we went into that space, that empty space, and created 3 additional provider pods, as we call them, so that as we recruit physicians, the space is in place in order for us to bring those in. We don't have to wait to build, but once they're in, they can start practicing immediately. Out on Oak Island, we did also a renovation there. That one should be finished at the end of August. That will give us 2 additional provider spaces. So already we have 5 additional provider spaces. As this community grows, then we will be able to move them into those spaces. And when I say providers, it could be a physician or it could be an advanced practitioner who will be able to meet with these, to take care of our community. Our emergency room is the last one that I want to speak of. We're currently located in 4,000 square feet. If you've been in there, you know it looks dated. The technology is not dated, but it does look dated, and we only have 10 bays available to us. As a part of our master facility plan, we will move to 8,000 square feet. We will then have 14 spaces for treatment. That treatment will look a little different because we will move into what we call vertical care. Of those 14, 5 of those will be vertical care chairs, which means that if you don't need a bed for your treatment, then you will go into that vertical care chair for removal of a fish hook, sutures perhaps, or just if you need fluids. But it's a lower level of acuity that will go into those vertical care chairs. So we're really excited about that. If you've seen the fencing around, someone said they want to peep through the fence, unfortunately you won't see any movement yet. We are waiting on permitting. I'll say that again. We are waiting on permitting, of which the city is a part of that process, and we look forward to getting that box checked off. Once we complete all of the permitting from the city and the state, then we will be ready to move, because we've done everything else that we need to. All of the design work is done. The contractor is selected. The bidding is in process now. So once we get the permitting, we're looking at about 12 months before you will see erected and hopefully the opening of your new emergency department. So we're really excited about that. We see over 13,000 people a year. And one of the things that you should be very proud of, we have an amazing staff of over almost 400 employees, and they do a phenomenal job. From the time you walk in to our emergency department waiting area, our goal is within 30 minutes you will see a provider. And we have been tracking under that 30 minutes as an average. Now, don't hold me to that on those days when it's really, really busy. But on an average, we're tracking under 30 minutes, almost 18 minutes before a physician will lay eyes on you. So you have something to be really proud of your community hospital. Again, we are financially viable. We've just completed our audit for 23 without, it was a clean audit. So that's something, again, that we're very proud of. Any questions so far? And I think I'm about out of time, but yes, sir.
My wife has surgery on Wednesday, and part of the thing she needed was a CAT scan and an MRI. And emerged, and a woman goes, well, we'll send her here, this, and I thought, oh, good Lord. And about a half hour later, they said, no, we'll do it at Dozier. You can both of them done it the same day, back to back. You won't have to drive to Wilmington. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, show you how unusual that is. You have a freestanding MRI. In my former life, I used to deal with hospitals all over the country. I had contracts with them. Lincoln, Nebraska, 3 hospitals. They shared one MRI. And that was a scheduling nightmare. You have a freestanding one in a city of 150,000, one MRI. So that shows you how fortunate we are. Thank you. Yeah, that shows you how fortunate we are. So congratulations, and you're doing one heck of a job to keep a small hospital viable. That's unheard of. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Linda, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having
Thank
you
you.
around,
Thank
talking to you.
And if you don't mind, we're going to exit. We're very busy today, and I left 3 meetings to come over. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we're now into agenda item I, which is the tree penalty settlement request. Tina?
Hi, I'm Tina Monk, and I'm the property owner on a property on 9th Street, which I was fined for removing trees in excess of $11,000. It's a hefty fine, and the only thing that was removed was a partial 20-foot easement, which the city had granted us for access to this property. I know I went about it the wrong way. My contractor thought I thought he had the permit. I didn't have the permit. I had talked with Thomas before about the permit, so there was some confusion there. But I'm asking, instead of being fined for the 10,000 square feet, that I only be fined for the 20-foot easement, 20 by 206 easement, which would have been around 4,100 square feet. There was only 3 trees that were actually removed. They were small yearlings, maybe 5 to 8 inches. The rest was underbrush. I did have a permit to clean off the underbrush from Thomas at that time, and my intentions were, because there was a driveway to the left of the property that had been used for many years by the Bellamy, was to take trees and plant that area and keep that one area cleared for the easement only, because I'm all about the trees too. So I wanted to keep the trees, but I didn't. But I had to have access to the property, and I could not use the existing driveway because it crossed over other people's property.
Is there any questions?
Not really. I think I wonder if staff was here.
Oh, that was going to be my next question. Is staff going to present anything to us? Your microphone.
Staff did tour the property, and at the request to be responsive, and the fine was imposed based on square footage, as I understand it. So that's the...
Well, the fine was based on square footage of the total lot, but what was cleared was not the total lot.
The way our ordinance is written, you do get fined
Yeah, I
by
understand
the
that.
square foot of the lot, yeah.
Well, I'm asking for a reduction in that fine if possible, so I can settle the fine.
This is not a judicial hearing. This is outside of that. So I'm a little stumped here because I have a notice in front of me of a lien. There's been actions taken throughout here. There's been inaction taken, and that part of the conversation hasn't been actually brought before us.
Well, in my justification, I had moved. I never got served those papers. I don't even have a copy of those papers. I didn't realize they were on there until I tried to sell the lot, and I couldn't sell the lot because of it.
So you're saying that from the time that you cleared a little more than 20 feet, okay, of that lot, and the city took notice of it and started the process, you did not receive any of these?
No, if you'd asked Derek, he called me. He had my phone number. I asked him to mail it to me. I said, please send me the copy so I could approach you guys about it. And I never received, I have no certification of receiving those documents because I was living in Cary at the time, so my mail got forwarded. And he said he got the paperwork back. So he called me. I gave him the correct address. He said he sent it, but I never received it. But, you know, that's hearsay. I know the fine's there, but I'm just, you know, at a point.
I'm sorry. for the pronoun he sent it, who?
Derek, and
Derek, okay,
Derek was
okay.
supposed to meet me here today to have that same conversation. He was the code enforcement officer that I've been speaking with ever since this happened.
Is there any other questions from the board?
Do you have a tree survey from prior to cutting the trees there?
No, ma'am, I don't, because we didn't want to take down any trees. So there was, matter of fact, the easement didn't even get cleared all the way because there's this huge oak. There's a 100-year-old oak back there that I did not want to take out. So we didn't even clear the whole easement. I told him to stop before he got to that tree. But I do have photos that I can provide the city and that were taken prior to anything cleared. But I showed that to Dory too.
Did you indicate that a lien had been filed on that property?
Yeah, the city has placed a lien on the property for $11,000.
Who did the lien go to? Who was it? Who
It's recorded against me.
Okay. But no papers were served?
No papers were served. And that's why, and when I went to get the lot closed, my attorney said that, I had time to fight. I had time to fight it, but I really didn't have time to fight it because I never got the papers to know when I was supposed to. It's taken me 3 months to get in front of you guys.
Mr. Manager, could I ask the clerk, Dorothy, to come up here for a second? No, could you come over here? I just want to show you something. I'm having some understanding what this is. This, to me, appears that the sheriff's office has served this, and they signed that. Am I correct in that?
It appears that way to me.
So that piece of document appears that it was served on you.
It was not served on me. I have never received
okay.
that.
Thank you, ma'am.
I mean, it was recorded against me, but I've never received the paperwork.
All right, I'm just looking at the documents
Yes,
included
sir.
in our file.
Yeah, I know. That's why I couldn't figure out how it was. I guess because they couldn't hand deliver it to me. It's also in the email there from Derek where I showed him to mail it to my P.O. box at Southport.
All right, is there any other questions? So, is there a motion here from the board to take any action?
Yes, I move that we do not alter the violation penalty and the lien.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion and the second?
I'd just like to say that the ordinance is crystal clear. It is incumbent upon the owner of property and the owner's contractor to understand and know that ordinance. And the discussion about filing of papers and whether you received them or not are not relevant to this decision. And among other things, the ordinance says if you cut without a permit, then the lien is, or the penalty is for the entire square footage of the property, which is, I think, a very just and excellent penalty because it does protect the trees, and it has served well for the community in preventing people from just going in and clear cutting and then saying, oh gosh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Well, this is a similar case, and there is absolutely no justifiable reason for us to change this penalty in any way.
Also, I would say that, and Ms. Monk, you may not be familiar, but there's also a zoning permit that's required before any land disturbance. So that in and of itself would be yet another violation of the ordinance. It isn't just not having acquired a tree ordinance to a tree permit to remove trees, you actually cannot do land disturbance without a zoning permit. And so that's not even been assessed here. So that's why, I just want to say there's a lot to this conversation.
And in addition, as our city attorney has pointed out to us in the past, it is actually against state law to do land disturbance without a permit.
I talked with Thomas. I spoke with Thomas about, I did have a permit to clear the underbrush. It's in my file. I do have it.
Who's Thomas?
Thomas Lloyd, when he was, I've been dealing with this for 2 years.
Thomas did issue a permit, but it expired.
Are there any other questions? I have one, ma'am.
Okay.
How much of the total acreage that is there did you clear? And I will tell you, I drive by that piece of property multiple times a day. So how much did you clear?
The only thing we cleared, the only thing the gentleman was supposed to clear was the 20
Now,
foot,
how much did you clear?
4,000 square feet. But it's the easement. It's not any lots. It's the easement.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor and there's a second. All in favor of that motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. All opposed? It's 4-2, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 2, Code and Ordinance Amendments. Tom Z.
This is more of a clerical thing. Once we have merged the water and sewer system, the ordinance, our code of ordinance had a lot of things in there that dealt with the water and sewer, which are no longer ours. They're now the county's. So basically, most of that entire those 2 sections have to be removed and just a new code put in saying that everybody must comply with the county ordinances and go to the county for it. So it's pretty much a clearing paperwork as part of the merger.
Are there any questions for Tom?
The only question I had, and I've said that before, I think it was in our contract with them, is to make sure that whatever they're doing under our city streets that we maintain, that they're boring under them rather than cutting the asphalt.
That, I understand that's in their code. I'm currently working on a street opening permit that'll be coming to you in the late fall, winter that will include stuff like that. And if they do have to open cut it, what they'll have to do to repair it. So.
And when you talk about repairing it, I'm not talking about the reverse speed humps, right?
No.
Okay.
No. When the ordinance comes through later in the year, you'll see what it is. No, it's to make it whole again, not wholly.
Could we also include in that, I don't even know if it's appropriate, but it certainly would be a kindness to our business owners if they're going to cut into the streets, that they notify all of the business owners well in advance so that they can make arrangements for their customers.
There is something that will be in that ordinance. There's one problem with that. A lot of times when they're doing this work, it's emergency work. There's a leak, they have to go do it, so there is no notice that can be given. But for the planned stuff, there is.
Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed revisions to Chapter 19, Utilities of the City of Southport Code of Ordinances as proffered in our documents.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any comment? All in favor, say aye, please. All opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom Z. The next one up is Tom Z.
It's the Tom
which is
Z show for a
Stormwater
while
Ordinance. This is a discussion only, just to kind of socialize where we're heading.
Correct. This is just a little discussion on stormwater management, not really getting into specifics, more about the why and that kind of thing. So, first off, what is stormwater management? Stormwater management is the practice of diverting water from runoff and rain events and storms into streets, lawns, and other areas designated to hold it. It aims to reduce the amount and control the amount of runoff that makes its way into the stormways and ultimately streams, rivers, and roads. It's important for the water quality, and this is part of EPA regulations. Pervious surfaces absorb water into the ground. When the built-upon environment increases, pervious surfaces are replaced with impervious surfaces. Impervious surfaces prevent the rainwater from infiltrating into the ground. When impervious surfaces increase, there's an increase in the amount of runoff. Just as a hard number, when you pave over or put a building up on a lot, you're generally you're at least doubling the amount of rainwater, stormwater coming off that site. So just to put it into perspective of what it does. Runoff from impervious surfaces obviously needs to go somewhere, or it causes flooding and property damage, which in a flat area like the city happens quite frequently. And stormwater management is what we use to mitigate the impacts as much as possible. So, why is it important? It's the key to preserving the health and vitality of the environment and the health of the public. Flooding is not a good thing. Stormwater runoff can carry bacteria, chemicals, and pollutants into local rivers and affect the water quality. Everything that runs off land ends up in a street. When you have water running down streets, there's cars running on those streets that will drop oil and petroleum products and things like that. That ends up in our river. Stormwater runoff makes water unsafe for marine life and to humans for swimming, drinking, and fishing. It can erode stream banks and damage aquatic life. When you have an increased flow going through a creek, a stream, it erodes the banks out, which creates more sediment and carries that further downstream. It can push excess nutrients from waste, fertilizers, and other sources into water bodies. Once again, it's running off everything. People that put fertilizer on their lawn, if you get a storm, it runs that off. Animal waste that isn't picked up all ends up in the stormwater system, ultimately in the river. Boating and fishing activities may be interrupted, leading to a decline in fish and seafood that is safe to eat. Example of this, the intercoastal, no shellfishing allowed. Accumulated stormwater with nowhere to go causes flooding in neighborhoods and on roadways, leading to an increase in motor vehicle accidents and the threat of drowning. Well, the threat of drowning may be a little bit expansive in this town because we don't have deep areas that someone could drown in, but we do have areas that flood and cars can get stuck in there. So, the economics of stormwater. Cities, towns, and municipalities are responsible for the management of local resources, and you feel the weight of that in the budget if stormwater is not properly handled. Failure to properly manage stormwater can lead to property destruction. It disrupts businesses that rely on clean water systems such as fisheries and tourism. We are in a town that has a fishing background, and we also are a tourism town. Additional stormwater increases the costs associated with emergency flood mitigation. So, stormwater management techniques. Good stormwater management system focuses on 3 key areas. First, water quality. You want to prevent the pollution of the rivers and streams. And you want to control, and water quality, you want to control the environmental impact around development. When you go in and clear cut a lot and it rains on that lot, all that sediment and silt runs off that lot into the stormwater system, ultimately into the river. Second thing you want to control is the runoff, the amount of runoff coming off. If we control the velocity in the runoff through various channels, the flood risk can be managed and storm damage prevented. Good stormwater management practices include proper landscaping, installation of gutters, drains, channels, and collection vessels. And by collection vessels, I mean detention basins, retention basins, that kind of thing. The last part of it is infiltration of groundwater. Groundwater infiltration restores the underground water table and aquifers and prevents the leaching of harmful byproducts into the soil. By developing stormwater services that encourage the infiltration of groundwater that won't overburden local floodplains and water tables can be restored adequately. So if we can address all these areas, we can mitigate flood risk. So, what are we doing currently? The board has invested in having a storm system modeled, mapped and modeled for deficiencies, and a stormwater CIP plan prepared. This was through a Golden Leaf grant, and this project is expected to be completed in the early fall, and we'll have that map, model, and a CIP plan to move forward with. As the city grows, we need to manage the stormwater system so added growth and additional stormwater doesn't create problems for us. And this is done through a stormwater ordinance. The intent of a stormwater management ordinance is to safeguard property and public welfare by regulating drainage and requiring temporary and permanent provisions for its control. Stormwater plans on development sites, how much runoff is leaving the site, how much is staying on the site. The ordinance is used as a planning and engineering tool to facilitate the control of the stormwater, and this will protect, conserve, and promote the orderly development of land within the city. So, the next steps are to begin high-level policy discussion of the infrastructure and develop a policy to implement. Our goal being to upgrade the stormwater system so there is less disruption from hurricanes and storms, and to make sure the infrastructure is sufficient to protect the city and residents long-term. By improving the system, which we're doing through the Golden Leaf grant and getting it mapped and all, and by getting an ordinance in place to control the amount of runoff on development sites, those two work hand in hand to control this. And the last thing, as the last step is to keep the public informed about what we're doing to achieve and implement our plan. So, that is a rough outline of stormwater management and why we should be doing something. Questions?
Any questions from the board?
I do. This is great. What are we going to do about impervious coverage on infill properties, not subdivisions? I mean, and I've got a question about that, but we are seeing a whole lot of development of properties, of vacant lots between other lots. And the house is built, then the garage is built, then the big concrete patio is built, then the concrete driveway. And I mean, 3 doors away from me, there's a prime example of that. Their backyard is a swimming pool and a concrete deck. There is a postage stamp of grass, and I can see the water coming all the way off of that property and going into the marsh. I have the same thing next door. Now both of these properties go way back, but I had to build a boardwalk on the west side of my property so that I didn't have to wade through a lake to get from the backyard to the front yard. And that is about 99% covered. What's not covered by structures is covered by cement, cobblestones, lots more cobblestones, and there's a couple of blades of grass. The only problem for I shouldn't say that, the big problem is not just the effect on other properties, because it also affects the people on the other side, but that all of the water that comes down that doesn't go into this side or this side is going into the marsh. Correct. And there's a landscaper who comes and puts an awful lot of weed killer on the 2 or 3 blades of grass every week, and that all goes into the marsh.
Yes.
Like you said, we don't have shellfish in the ICW. I'm surprised we got anything alive in the yacht basin because of this. All right, there's that.
Yes.
Can we, in this ordinance, begin to address the percentage of lot coverage that can be impervious, regardless whether it's in a new subdivision or whether it's in infill properties?
The lot coverage thing would be outside of the ordinance, but it is something that is needed within the code of ordinances in town.
Okay.
What you're saying about the increased impervious area due to infill housing is a major issue in Southport.
Yeah.
And it's happening all over. Everybody is buying something and adding an addition, increasing this, or tearing down and building bigger. In the ordinance, there are two categories that are going to be created. One is a minor development, which will deal just with those infill housing type of things. There is nothing right now in the current code that addresses anything under 10,000 square feet of disturbance. In the proposed ordinance, there will be something to that effect.
Okay, second question. And we faced this with Oakton. They proposed to do pretty much close to clear cutting, saying that this was going to be necessary because they would have to reshape. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those discussions are imprinted in my memory, that they were going to have to cut most of the trees. Looks like they cut all of them, but they were going to have to recontour the land to achieve good drainage. And but they didn't have any plans for you to look at or for us to look at. And my question then and my question now is, can we begin to require that before even the first plan is presented to us or to the planning board, that there be a much more substantial, if not complete, drainage plan?
Yes. That would, once again, be outside of the stormwater ordinance. That would be part of the code of ordinances and the procedures for going to the planning board or board of adjustment, that these things need to be included in the initial packet, not after the fact of approval.
Two more questions.
Keep going.
Sorry about that. Okay. No, you're not. Actually, Tom and I have talked about these things. He's ready. The part of our whole stormwater drainage system does not extend into a number of neighborhoods. And City Hall lives with this because the corner of 11th and Lord and Caswell, when there's a heavy rain, there's nowhere for the water to go. There's no stormwater drains, and even if there were, they're not hooked up to the major drains. Am I right, Tom? This Tom? You're absolutely correct. Thank you. We've had this discussion too. So, is there anything in our planning now, huh?
About you being correct?
He's correct about me being correct, always, thank you. Is there any plan to extend our stormwater drainage into other neighborhoods?
Right now, we're waiting for that CIP plan to come out of the mapping modeling project. Once we get that, then we could start looking at things. The first thing we want to address, though, is the existing system where it may be undersized and needs to be upgraded to get it out of that area. The areas you're talking about would be the next steps after we upgrade the existing system we have. So this is not a one year and done thing. This is a multi-year project looking out to get all these areas addressed.
One last question, and I promise it's the last one. Is there anything we can do about the fact that East Moore Street is a dam? When they repaved East Moore, the state repaved, if you come out any of the side streets going into turning into East Bore, the road is this much higher. And so when water runs off roads and yards, it's got nowhere to go. It backs up.
Right.
The hammocks especially experience that.
This will all come out. I don't want to say yes, there definitely is, or no, there definitely isn't. Once we get the actual map of the system, just to give a little background for some people who may not be aware, I started here last February of 23. My first day, I asked Tom, for the stormwater maps on the system, and, he gave me a map from 1983, and that was the most updated map. So, the city's been
That's
behind the
better than
eight
laughing
wheel.
at you, because I thought that was going to be the reaction.
What was it?
It's better than him just laughing when you ask for it.
It was my first day. If it happened today, he'd be laughing at me. So we need to get that map in hand. Then we could start looking at these isolated areas. Now, one of the positive things that has come out so far is, out of the preliminary map that we've received from them for review, we've pretty much, we think, solved a drainage issue on Willis Drive, where it was flooding. We happen to find that there is an inlet or a pipe there that Public Works could tap into, and Tom had his guys go out and tap into that pipe. And I believe Alderman Spencer can confirm, have we maybe not solved it, but abated it?
Do I get a chance now? So my new nickname for Mr. Stanley is Stormwater Stanley, because he sent his crew over in 2 days. He fixed a major problem on the backside of Willis Drive. But more important, and this is a little bit long-winded, but on the state road, the way the state road was laid out, it tilts to one side and runs, like Flo says, to one side and dams it. And we had a terrible problem. During Florence, it literally was a river between my house and the next door neighbors, where the water turned and went as fast as it could to the creek. They came out and dug a little bit of a trench, and instead of the water winding in and out of the road where it became dangerous for pedestrians, drivers, things of that nature, the water just runs straight into the drain. It's beautiful. I know my neighbors think I'm crazy when I'm out there in the rainstorm looking at it, but it is really a thing of beauty, Tom, and as well. Again, in the backyard where it was dipping down, there was a tremendous storm the other day, and all the little dips were flooded except for the one that you dealt with. So it's exciting to know that 3-man crews can get out there and do what $180,000 couldn't do 5 or 10 years ago. So I'm very impressed with that. So I've got a lot of things because of that, because of looking at how y'all have done this. So stormwater goes to the river.
Yes.
The only filters we have are our basins, Cape Creek, Bonnets Creek, whatever,
Cottage Creek.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So those drain basins are going to be a part of this plan. We're going to have to keep those drain basins clear, because what we've done is we've improved the flow of water into the drains, but the pollution that you talked about, this is the question in my head. If we get the water to the drains so fast and out to the river so fast, are we really doing good? Because we're getting the pollutant to the river faster rather than filtering it. Just a question. It's not your fault.
There's an overall plan that has to be developed. You are correct in some parts of that. In other parts, it involves using natural things like grass swales to filter out the water, things like that, as part of the system.
Yep.
So it's an overall plan. The best stormwater system is not one that just puts catch basins all over and gets it underground immediately. Although that's great for, getting it off the road immediately, it does nothing for water quality. So a good plan needs to address the water quality as well as the water quantity. And that's what we're looking at going forward.
How do we deal with the battle of going from dealing with water runoff on a state road that we really don't have access to, we don't have rights to do, but they're in our city and they're causing us problems, and then go from state roads to city roads that we're doing well with? So how do we bounce back, and how do we get the attention of the state to help us with this?
The first start is getting that map in our hand and finding and isolating where those areas are. Once we get those areas down, then we start reaching out to the state and working with the state on those and seeing maybe we can handle it on our own without the state's help.
Is keeping the swamp garden clean going to help us?
100% it's going to help us.
Please keep that in your plan.
May I make a comment? So, an important element of this is to try to filter the water before it gets into the system. And so I'm particularly interested in the vegetative buffers and the filtering.
Correct.
And any incentives on new development to provide vegetative support so the water gets filtered before it gets into the system. The system is just designed to transport it from A to B. The important thing, I think, for the city is that there's a way to use vegetation and buffers and swales.
Correct.
Okay.
All of our new stuff gets it. All of our old stuff, it's very expensive to get it.
Right. You know, part of, you know, what is going to be coming in an ordinance is going to have a lot of green infrastructure included in it.
I think it's safe to say that the entire board is very enthusiastic about trying to move forward to this.
As am I.
Yes. And you've had multiple conversations with most of us on this topic. I want to make sure that we're clear for the general public on a couple of things. The state of North Carolina's DEQ is the agency that has statutory authority to grant permits for stormwater. Is that correct?
Correct. In addition to the local. They're not the only.
Right, but so they are the ones who basically sign off on the rest of the stuff. In our, what you're proposing here would be in today, first the planning board would say something, yay or nay, then we would say yay or nay.
Right.
But we don't get, neither one of us gets to see the stormwater part because it hasn't been approved yet, and that's at the final plat thing, whatever
it's
that
even
is.
after the final plat.
It's way down the road. So it's a very complicated thing to get our hands around in the past. You're proposing, as Alderman Davis has stated, a provision in our local statutes that would require the developer and or the single individual landowner to submit a plan when they submit their plans to begin with.
Correct.
Okay. And we have the legal authority to do that.
Yes.
Okay. So I wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page about, I don't want the storyline to go out as that we're trying to supersede DEQ's authority, because they have statutory authority to do X, but we have authority to do other things as well.
Yes, local ordinances can be more restricted than state regulations. You have every right to do that because you know what your community is and what is important to it.
Right, I just want to make sure that people understood there. We recognize both of those things, and we're moving forward so that when the plan comes to us, we have some idea, because that raised property on one or two of developments we've already had is an oral conversation that takes place, and how it eventually turns out, in some cases, requires then to go back into like the landing and have to reorganize the whole thing because the water didn't go where we thought it was going to go. But that comes way in the end of the program. The other thing that I just have a question for you. So this morning, as things would have it, UNCW was bragging about a even newer type of pervious concrete. Mm-hmm. And so people have seen that. And my question, which of course they never talk about, is two things. One, if it rains in the winter months and it then freezes, does this concrete like just dissolve and break up? We got to know the answer before we go down that line. And the second one is the cost of that, just to install that kind of concrete compared to normal concrete. Yes, I would like to have us all with pervious concrete, but if it's 10 times the cost, and we put that on developers, we know in the past when you put things that they think are bad, they run off to Raleigh. Right. So how do we manage all of that?
First, well, we're not telling developers how to handle the water coming off their site. We're only giving them what the requirements are for it to come off the site. How they do that is their choice, whether they go with a pervious pavement and pervious concrete, whether they go with an infiltration basin. Those are all decisions on them. We're not saying you must do this, you must do that. We're saying here's what you have to meet for the water leaving your site, and here are a bunch of BMPs, best management practices, that you can choose from to attain that. Now, before you hit that question, let me just say something about pervious pavement and pervious concrete. Although they're great, I've done parking lots with them for a town. The one issue with them is if they're not properly maintained, they silt in and become pervious in a matter of years. You have to have a maintenance program and, for that, a maintenance permit to ensure that the developer is maintaining that. They have to be clean, they have to be vacuumed, literally, of all the sediment that sits on it. And it has to be done on a regular basis. So, just making a statement on it.
That somehow was omitted from today's TV show. The extended cost, and that was my point to ask you, because I knew you knew about this stuff, is that when people hear only half the story, right, they could jump to conclusions that we need to mandate this particular thing.
Right, no, the ordinance should not and will not mandate any specific method. Like I said, it will have a set of standards for the water leaving the site, and then it'll list 10 or 20 best management practices for them to choose from for how they want to handle the water leaving the site, how they want to address it. We do not say you must use this, you must use that. Never. Never.
Thank you, kind sir.
I would like to say that one of my favorite places in the whole world is the Sweet Treats ice cream place over on Oak Island, and for about 7 or 8 years they've had the pervious concrete in the parking lot, and I've asked the owner and manager of the building if they've had any problems, and they said no, which leads me to a question. What are the options to having pervious concrete? I mean, dirt, tar, asphalt? No, definitely not asphalt. Dirt, gravel?
Well, no, there is actually pervious asphalt also. There is a pervious asphalt. There's pervious concrete, there's pervious asphalt. Stone is an interesting one because, yes, it's pervious when it first goes down, but as more and more cars drive on it and it gets compacted more and more, it becomes impervious over time.
Is there anything more impervious than concrete?
Any hard structure is, they're all equally impervious. Concrete, asphalt, roofs. Yep, pavers. Impervious is impervious. Nothing's getting through it.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I always enjoy. I'm sorry.
Can we harvest water in Southport? Can we put? Can we have rain harvesting? Can we? Are those are mechanisms that can slow the water to the river?
Yes. One of the things one of the BMPs are rain barrels.
A little, or 500 gallon?
Yes. I'm saying on an individual property, a rain barrel would be something, but yes, you could do something larger.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
You know, part of the ordinance will be about reducing the peak flow leaving sites, meaning you have to retain it on site for a period of time. That could be through rain harvesting,
I'd like
whatever they choose.
I'd like to empower the homeowner, the property owner, to do that.
Exactly.
Rather than be afraid to do that.
Yes.
Okay.
I just have one quick question about the mapping. And since Alderman Spencer spoke about it, and something near him, on my street, the road, and it's a city road, is higher than the sidewalk and the land, and so it acts as a dam for rain and that sort of thing. So is that all being considered as well as part of the mapping? Are they able to?
The mapping is just looking at the existing system now. And like I said, it's going to find where choke points are in that system so we can improve it. Once we get those improvements done, then we'll take that next step out into the areas where there isn't proper drainage installed, any system installed, and look into getting that. So like I said, we're looking at, this is not something that 2 years from now you can hang a hat and say we're done. This is, a multi-year project. The city developed and, stormwater system wasn't gone continuous. Additionally, we are very flat. So there's a whole lot of things to look at. So that part of it is down the line. It is going to be addressed, but just not right now.
This is a big upgrade and improvement for this city. Appreciate your support, all of y'all, and our fine engineers and Mr. Stanley. But this is the time is due. The mapping is critical, and this is moving on. Thank you so much.
I think in the next 2 or 3 days, we're going to get to see all of our problems up close and personal.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I think you're up for number
I'm up
the next
again.
one. Yeah.
Last time. then you're done with me for the day.
So, item I, number 4, which is the historic courthouse abatement bids. Sir, you're up.
Okay. Before you is a recommendation to award 3 contracts. I'll just give a little background on what they are. The first is we went out to bid for the environmental abatement of the old courthouse. That is to remove the mold, the asbestos, and any lead within it. The bids came in a lot lower than expected. We bid that with an alternate, meaning for that they do the work immediately, or we push the work off into October. To do the work in October, it's about $30,000 cheaper, so we're recommending that we put this off till October and have it done then. So there's an award for a contract to Rhino Demolition for $151,110 for the environmental abatement of the building. There's also an award that we want to do to High Caps to be our representative on site and run the project for us. I am by no means an expert on environmental remediation, so this will keep us, ahead of the game and not get us into trouble. And it's an award for $29,500 to them for that. The third award that we're looking for is an award also to High Caps for $78,200, and that's for air monitoring. When you do an environmental abatement of a building, the air has to be monitored during the work getting done, and then after it's done, it has to be monitored and given a clean bill of health, and you have to be certified to do that. So those are the 3 awards that we're looking for. Now, 2 other things that are going on in line with this are we've also recently given purchase orders out for a structural analysis of the building and also for an HVAC evaluation and repair. Once the building is environmentally clean, we need to have an HVAC system on it to keep it from going back to the way it is. In the budget amount that was done, there was, I think, about $95,000 to $100,000 for temporary HVAC for a year to do that after it's clean. But what we thought is, you know, for the purchase order for the evaluation is $2,500, is that we have this thing evaluate, the current system evaluated, and see what kind of improvements we can do to it, not for the long-term use of the building, but just for keeping it clean until a decision is made on what it's going to be, and a plan is developed and we get a contractor to go with that plan. You know, for $2,500, if they say it's going to cost $50,000 to get it working, we saved $50,000. If they say it's going to cost $100,000, it costs us $2,500 to find that out. So those are just two side pieces that go along with it. All these things will be finished by the end of the year, so that, you know, come the end of December or January, we can come to the board and say, the building is clean, it's structurally sound, and the HVAC is good. Give us our marching orders for where we go from here. So, like, for today, though, just right now, we're looking for 3 contract awards.
Tom, basically what you're saying is we do nothing on that thing until the building is stabilized.
Correct. Correct. We want to stop the environmental issues that are going on in it so they don't become worse. And I don't want to say this, but we have to do this environmental cleanup regardless of whether we keep the building or the building has to come down, because it has to be environmentally clean even in a demolition. And I'm not saying that demolition is the way to go. Please don't anybody infer that by any means. I'm just saying, even if we have to demolish it, we're not wasting all this money now.
Regardless,
So-
it's still got to be stabilized.
Exactly. And it has to be cleaned to go either way.
Before Tom digs the hole any deeper, I'm going to go ahead and make him.
Thank you.
I'm going to save him from himself, and I'd like to make a motion to award the contract to Rhino Demolition and Environment in the amount of $151,110 for hazardous material abatement of the old City Hall. In addition, I'll make a motion to award the contract.
We have to do it one at a time.
Do we? Can we?
If ever, you can do them separately, that way in case there's any kind of difference of opinion.
Okay. Would you do them one at a time, please? Thank you, sir. So you've done number 1, right? So you've made a motion for that. We just need a second. There's a motion and a second. Is there any comment on that? I have one comment. If I understood you correctly, Tom Z, is that we could, we haven't decided whether we're going to do it now or in October. But whenever we do it, does the air conditioning system have to be up and running at the time that we're doing the work, so it doesn't backfill with moisture and mold again while we get one room done and go to the next room?
Yes.
So we have to have the air conditioning system already assessed and some kind of decision before they can move forward.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I understood that correctly.
Yes. Once we clean it, we want it to stay that way. The only way is through proper ventilation.
Out of
And
curiosity.
I just want to make sure that I'm saying this. So we actually have to have the AC available to work when we start to clean it, so it doesn't backfill the rooms that you've done.
No.
You do
No.
not?
No. Because they're, as part of an environmental abatement, they have to have a positive airflow through the building at all times.
Okay.
Sorry. And that's part of what that third contract is for the air monitoring, to ensure that they have the proper movement of air through it at all times.
Thank you for that.
Yes. Sorry, that was on me.
Lo, do you have a question?
Yeah, out of curiosity, why is October cheaper than now or September?
Most of the people, if not all, that will be doing the work, the actual workers, are not from this area and will need to be put up in hotels. Hotels are much cheaper in October than in August here.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second, we've had comment. All in favor say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? Number one down. Robert, number two, sir.
Motion to award the contract to High Caps in the amount of $29,500 for the construction phase management of the hazardous material abatement of Old City Hall.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any comment? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Robert, number three.
Motion to award contract to High Caps in the amount of $78,200 for the air monitoring and testing by an industrial hygienist and final clearance report for the hazardous material abatement of Old City Hall.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any comment? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom Z. All right, number 5 is the approval of the Cemetery Committee's mission statement. Alderman Spencer, you're up, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I walked into the meeting last month, and I did not bring my brain with me, otherwise known as my telephone or my computer. So I missed some motions that I needed to take care of. The Cemetery Board went through several meetings and worked on their mission statement, including mission, vision, and guiding principles. We've been able to look at those for 2 months now. Make a motion that we approve those. Since this is a new committee, they want some support to think that they want us to make sure we're on the right path. So I ask that we approve the mission statement, including the vision and guiding principles for the Cemetery Committee.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Go ahead. I just had a question, Mark, that where is this going to reside? I think for me, I had mentioned about possibly putting some of this in the ordinance.
Yeah.
One of the things that, and I've had some discussion with other board members about this, that bylaws, now that our committee ordinances are as thorough as they essentially are taking the place of bylaws because their content is mostly what bylaws were. There's some discrepancies, and so I think we may want to revisit that with our committees. But I know that the Cemetery Committee, because they're so new, don't have bylaws, they have ordinance. So that's why I was hoping that if maybe they could look at this, you could work with them and come back and let's put it in ordinance so it's codified.
So you want them to bring you back the actual UDO rather than just a general?
It's the code of ordinances. It would be in their code of ordinances. So it would be us. Yeah, no, I vote, I'm going to support this, but I would ask in addition to this, maybe bring it back, how it could be structured into ordinance so that then going forward, 10 years, 20 years, it's not a separate document somewhere.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I went through this several times, and Karen and I, plus Tom Lombardi, were on the ad hoc committee that set up the proposed framework and organization of the cemetery committee, and we did talk about goals and a mission statement and so on, and so I was surprised that this was needed, but most of all, the mission statement is a very excellent statement of the reasons that people would want to serve on the committee and the reason that we have a committee. But the mission statement, I think, simply needs to be that the cemetery committee, with all due respect for this as sacred ground, that they identify problems, identify possible solutions, and present them to the Board of Aldermen for decisions. This is a lot of words that don't actually nail down what they do, and I think that needs work.
Okay.
Any other comment? There's a motion and a second. So there's a vote now. All in favor of the document as written, would you please say aye and raise your hand? Any opposed? It's 5-1. It moves forward, and there's always room, Alderman Davis, for us to have for them to add a sentence in the front or a separate document that has that one paragraph in it. But this is moving forward then.
I have two follow-up issues that they wanted to address. There's a veteran sign that's become faded and illegible. They've asked that it be removed. Should we make a motion to direct staff for that, or can that just be done?
I would tend to think, and I'll defer to the manager, that's not a policy issue, that's a management issue for the staff to decide all of those things.
It's a proposed motion here.
It was asked for. Let's make a motion to direct staff to remove that veteran sign.
Is that sign going to be replaced?
I will work on that. I haven't been given a solution, and I asked the same question.
I think during the presentation, it was a Boy Scout that did that, so perhaps we can reach back out to the current Boy Scouts and see if they want to do something.
Outdated, faded, couldn't read it.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. I'm sorry, did I hear a second? There's a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Last thing, there are road signs that are dilapidated. We have budgeted money in the cemetery committee. I would ask that we make a motion to move forward with replacing those signs. And I make that as a motion.
Yeah. We got a second. So just for discussion purposes, I know that the city staff has been working on unifying our signs, or not unifying, maybe. Let's bring them together. Why not?
Standardizing.
And so I would just say that whatever we do be in keeping with what our new signs are going to look like.
Just to make sure that it's clear in my head, when the board is doing this would go to Tom Stanley, and he would coordinate all of that, so we're not having rogue signs of this type or that kind. It all goes through his office to make sure it's all standardized. Yes.
Motion to start the process.
Yeah, okay. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, number 6 is a discussion about future meeting dates and possible retreat. I take it this is your discussion point?
79 of your packet. The Assistant City Manager will handle the meetings, not the retreat, and I'll handle the retreat. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I had reached out several times about scheduling a second meeting with the Center for the Creative Arts in Southport and the Inclusive Playground, and there was a lot of discussion that was needed between the board whether we would have a meeting or not have a meeting, so it was requested to have the item for discussion. I included the calendars, the availability that I have with some of you through September, and just ask if you would discuss it and give me some yays or nays as far as when and what you would like to schedule.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we've got a meeting tomorrow for the Arts Center? And we just need one more?
Yes, and I had one scheduled, but we changed it because of the planning board meeting at the county. And I think Alderman Davis said we should wait till after the first one to schedule the second one, but that's up for.
And I still say that. Let's see what comes out of tomorrow's meeting to know what more we need, if anything. I think it's premature to schedule a second meeting at this point let's see what comes out of the first one. And I do not recall a promise set in stone that we would have 2 meetings.
I don't recall that exactly, but Bonnie, before she left, said that there were 2 promised for the Up Your Arts Center.
I looked through our minutes, I didn't see that.
Robert, do you have your mic is on. Yes.
I mean, I think it's better to wait and not disappoint a group that's asked for a meeting, or schedule something that we then have to change because we've made a decision pro or con already. So my motion would be that we, at this point, do not schedule a second meeting for the Center for the Arts.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and it's time for discussion. Any discussion?
We have another meeting on Thursday, so we can table this until Thursday and come back after we've had the other meeting.
Good idea.
Well, then, yeah, I would just say that we should hold off on this vote until we've gathered more information tomorrow night, and we can schedule on Thursday if we decide it's something we want to do.
Best case scenario is we get everything handled tomorrow night. And if we need another meeting, we can go from there, but let's hope we'll put a little pressure on us to get it done tomorrow night.
Any other discussion on that? So the motion that's on the floor and the one that has a second is to postpone the second meeting until after the meeting tomorrow, if to figure out if there's a need for a second meeting. Am I hearing that correctly? All right.
Yeah, can we have, maybe someone could clarify a little bit about the layout of
The
tomorrow.
structure of tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Well, Jiminy Crickets, I've asked that same question multiple times, and I have no idea what the structure of tomorrow's meeting is. So I'm hoping that staff will hook up with, and the guy's name is eludes Mark.
I have reached out to Mr. Becerra already this morning, and we're coordinating.
So are we, because what Robert Carroll thinks is that this should be open discussion between the 2 boards with public input.
Well, right now it's a workshop.
No public input.
So it was originally put down as a workshop to have a discussion between the Southport Arts, am I saying that
The
correct?
Center for the Creative Arts.
Center for the Creative Arts and this board to hammer out stuff like that. And so that's a discussion. It's an open meeting, so people could come in to attend, but it's a meeting to get business done as opposed to having a regular meeting. So unless there's some opposition to that, that was the way the meeting was set up to be.
I think it's always a mistake to not let the public speak. But also, if this is advertised and set up as a workshop, then it's not a decision meeting. We cannot vote tomorrow.
Well,
we can have the meeting tomorrow, and in 2 days, provided we haven't floated away, we have a Board of Aldermen meeting in which we can take up the topic for a vote.
We're going to have to get that on the published agenda pretty quick then.
I think that if we're going to host a workshop, that we should at least take the time to schedule an opportunity for public input. So, which is contrary kind of to Lowe's motion.
Which was?
Well, we can go ahead and schedule right now that public input meeting.
We can, we have the discretion to open a workshop to public input. We don't have to schedule a meeting just for that.
We haven't put that out there.
One, we haven't announced that. and we would have to do that 48 hours in advance. We don't have 48 hours in advance to do that. So we have announced that we're having a workshop, a business meeting, to get down to the nuts and bolts, because we've been talking about this for a long time. We can't even find a copy of the cancellation of the other MOU with Up Your Arts. There's a lot of things that need to be done here. Let's get the business part done. I'm not making a decree here. I'm just making a comment, okay? Let's get the business end of this thing done, and then we can decide where we want to go. And we only have to wait 2 days, and we'll be at another meeting that we can adjust the agenda upon a motion.
We could have public input on Thursday. So we could agree to go ahead and make an amendment to the agenda and get that out there today.
I would be hesitant to rush public comment on something when we don't even know yet the discussion. We may want to reconvene for another workshop depending on what we discuss tomorrow night. We may have questions that we're going to ask them to come back and consider. They may have questions for us to consider. I think it's premature at this point to predict when we have enough information to go to the public and have that second or third meeting, whatever it would take. So I would be in favor of, we can wait till after the meeting tomorrow. Rebecca, I think this was your idea, to wait till after the meeting on Thursday, schedule the second meeting if we need it. Then if we don't, need it, then we schedule a joint meeting with the public with them. I mean, we're going to need multiple meetings. This is a big deal in this community and a big conversation. It started in 2016. So anyway, I support what Rebecca said.
Well, for the purpose of staff organizing our meetings, can we give them a date? Because we know we're talking about at least one more date, right? Whether it's going to be another workshop or a public input meeting, we're talking one more date.
I think we have several other meetings that we need to schedule that need to be scheduled now. Like, let's go ahead and get those scheduled, and then perhaps it's a piggyback before or after one of those as well.
That's also a good idea.
All right, so the problem is that we have wandered all over the landscape on this motion. So perhaps we could, with your concurrence, ma'am, withdraw your motion and then restate a motion to say what it is that we want to go, what all of you want to go forward with.
Okay, I will withdraw my original motion, and I will make a motion that we postpone a decision about scheduling future meetings on this topic until we have further information.
Is there a second to that motion? There's a motion and a second. Is there any conversation about that?
Staff's trying to get dates. Well, it is pretty open-ended, and I don't have a problem with the motion. I'm just saying that I think staff's trying to get us to give them some dates. So let's come up with 3 or 4 dates that we can have an inclusive playground conversation, that we can have the Art Center conversation. Because if we wait until Thursday to come up with dates, it's just pushing everything out into the future. So I'm more inclined to say, okay, let's give dates, and if we have to cancel a meeting because we didn't need it, that's better than staff trying to figure out when they can organize all of us.
Can I make a comment? I'm coming in here new, and I've been following the discussion. We have time. Okay, this is an important decision. I'm sensing there's different visions for the use of the facility, and I think it just takes time to work it through. Should not rush it. We have this meeting. I think it'll take a few meetings to get clarity on the vision. As we go forward, we can open it up to the public. If now we can go ahead and set a second meeting just to keep the conversation going, we can go ahead and do that.
Well, right now, we have a motion on the floor and a second to that motion to wait and pick a date later on. So we have to get through this issue first.
I mean, later on could be Thursday.
I understand that. I understand that, but that's the motion that's on the floor, and that's the one that was second. So we have to have a vote on that, and then depending on how that vote goes, we go to Plan B. So, any other comment on the motion that's on the floor? So, all in favor of the motion that's on the floor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. I'm sorry. It's unanimous? Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, it's unanimous. Thank you. So that's where we are. For the arts issue. The next one up is, Robert, do you want to do that? You wanted to have a date for the inclusive playground? Just have that discussion?
Yeah, if we're going to set a date, this wasn't my topic. But if we're going to set a date, let's set a date. I think staff's just looking for us for direction. Hurting us is getting a little ridiculous.
So let me add something here. So I have a meeting set up for tomorrow. If the rain has an impact on that, and we can probably set it up as a teams, I will bring you options from the regional managers. Okay, I already have some that preliminary we'll discuss, and then I'll bring those to you. So we'll have those after the meeting, and then we can set the next meeting to go forward.
Do I understand that you're saying before we set a meeting on this topic that you need to get all your ducks in a row and present them to us, and then we set this meeting?
I was asked to add this to the agenda for discussion by at least 2 members of the board.
Well, that explains it then. Okay. Okay. So, we have a topic that's been presented on the floor, and please correct me if I get this wrong, that to have a discussion about a potential meeting in reference to the inclusive playground. We have a comment from the manager that says tomorrow, provided we're still here, that he's going to have a meeting with the regional people to discuss potential options for that. And if I heard you correctly, sir, perhaps we should wait until that meeting is over and we hear what the options are before we set a date for the inclusive playground. Have I captured that correctly?
We could do it that way, and that's the will of the board, or we could just go ahead and set a meeting now while we're all here for later in September. Would need a little bit of time to get that information to you, and then we move forward.
That makes a lot. I like the idea because whatever comes out of the meeting tomorrow isn't going to affect our need and want for public input. I don't think.
So if we end up going down the road, and I'm not opposed to this at all, if we end up going down the road in September, I would ask you to do it the 3rd or 4th week in September because of my absence. If that's not possible, then I won't be here.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we do it the first week.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
You're not serious about your motion, are you?
No,
okay. Then I'm
withdraw.
going to make a motion that we do it September 30th. Was that when you were going to be here? It's Monday,
the
September
15th.
30th.
Yeah.
Just so you know, right now, there's no availability the 3rd week of September in here or the 4th week. We could possibly add it to the September 12th Board of Aldermen meeting, or the 30th is available.
Oddly, I already have that on my calendar.
The 30th of September is available.
Talk about that at some
So
point?
that's why. So let's do the 30th
All
of
right,
September.
so there's a motion on the floor to have the meeting for the inclusive playground on September 30th is that.
Can we,
I'm sorry?
what time?
6
What time
o'clock.
would be good, as opposed to what time would be bad?
6 o'clock on the 30th, would that work for everybody?
Do you need the time and place, Dory?
Yeah, she needs a place for sure.
I'm assuming you want to have it here so you can have more people, and
Yeah.
that's available. That's what we'll book, but just need to know the time.
And 6 o'clock seems to work
Wait,
best
wait.
for the public.
Well, she's checking the calendar. Okay, it's, Alderman Kelly, I just want to confirm that you have not ruled out 6 p.m.?
I will figure out how to be here at 6 p.m.
Then the motion is to have it on September 30th at 6 p.m. at this location. Is there a second to that? Is there any further conversation?
Yeah, I would just encourage the board as we're thinking about that date, we could include both of these topics in the same meeting. If we could. I don't think they need to be standalone.
Are you, so that we're clear parliamentary-wise, do you want to change the motion to include that?
I anticipate that the inclusive playground is going to draw a sizable number of people who wish to speak at that meeting, and trying to do 2 public input meetings, public inputs in one meeting like that is stacking it up and making it hard for people to.
Well, there's a motion on the floor just to have the one. So let's vote on that. All in favor of having September 30th here, 6 p.m. for the inclusive playground, please raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? So be it.
Could I ask the clerk to send us a thing of all these meetings we got? Looks like we're getting ready to have another 8-meeting month.
I will.
All right. I believe, is that, Madam Clerk, is that the end of it?
That's for the regular meetings, but Mr. Terrell wants to talk about the retreat.
Are we clear on the Franklin Square Park meeting dates? Has that all been solidified?
As far as I know, that has been taken care of separately.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Manager, do you have something else on this topic one?
Yes, I do. Okay, so the retreat. All right. So, look, I've watched the budget session. I think our goal this year should be to adopt a budget earlier in May. Prerequisite of an efficient budget session is some clarity on long-term goals and particularly vision. I think coming here new, I've seen that the city is at a crossroads with many things. It becomes manifest in the use of buildings, zoning, even the ETJ, housing. I think it's helpful for us to approach this in more of a retreat mentality. Retreat to me means taking a little bit of space away from the customary and normal scheduling and to and fro, to take a breath and look long term, not just today, but 10, 20, 30 years down the road. So that's my conception of a retreat, means to retreat from the daily. Now, there's two important questions for that. When will we do it? I didn't ever intend for it to be in August, but more after some of these meetings settle down, probably late fall or January. So the important thing is the date and then the location. Now there's pros and cons. We could have the meeting here. Certainly it's more convenient. We're more accustomed to it. We have a kitchen back there. But we do have an option at BCC. How many miles away is that? Not too far.
Are you the one that confirmed?
Right.
That is with the agricultural co-op for
Oh,
the
right
county,
here.
Brunswick County. No,
Oh,
it's
right.
not here. It's in Bolivia, but it's with a cooperative extension.
Okay.
They have allowed us to use our building for free.
Okay, so that would be free. So I'm here to do what you, as you will. I'm just here to give you options as to date and location. And that's my conception and my thinking on that.
Okay, I've got two things to say on this. One, we have a retreat every year for exactly this purpose. I went back and I looked at our minutes on this, and all this was done, and we have a facilitator, and the public attends. They don't say anything, but they pay attention, and a lot of people pay attention online, of course, but it's premature to do that. First, we don't know if we're going to get slammed by hurricanes, so that changes all priorities and goals. But we've already done this, and our CIP is one of the results of that. I think this would be very valuable for you, but not for this board. We know our priorities. We are not unanimous on our priorities, and no amount of retreat meetings is going to make us unanimous. You never know. You never know.
Well, I've never been
Okay,
to a
but
retreat.
here's the other thing. That one, I don't think the meeting is necessary now. I think it would be a very good idea to have it early in January, right after our second meeting, as opposed to early February, which we've done before. So if we could get that up a month, that would be good. But we are operating pretty smoothly on the basis of the goals and priorities that we set both for the budget and for all of the long-term planning for the city. We also have a comprehensive plan in progress that will inform a lot of this. So again, I think it's premature. Second, I will vehemently oppose going off-site and not being right here. You wanted to not have distractions. Well, you know, we're going to have our cell phones with us and our laptops anyway. But most of all, this is an open public meeting. And since 2017, I've attended the retreats for the boards of aldermen, all of them. And there's always been at least a few other members of the public. We cannot make this difficult for the public to attend. And to answer your question, I go out to BCC a lot. It doesn't matter how far away it is. It's 45 minutes if you're lucky with traffic. So that's my point.
Robert, go
Well,
ahead.
I was just looking at the calendar, and on a slightly different note, we currently have a meeting scheduled for Labor Day, and so I think we should cancel that meeting.
Well, can we,
It's off the topic of retreat, but it's certainly part of our scheduling.
can we, Robert, could I ask you your indulgence, please? You're absolutely correct on that. We're not going to have the meeting on that first. That's a different topic. Let's resolve this issue first, and then we'll go to that issue second, if that's okay.
I understand what Alderman Davis is saying. I also see the merit of trying. I think, the goal of a retreat, I think, is also to get us to step outside of ourselves, and I think that's why there's merit in having it at a different venue that isn't our same venue. I think just on a personal level, there is merit in that, so I can see the merit in that.
And there's certainly two people on this board that have never attended any of these before. So there's that issue as well. And the last time Alderman Spencer would have entertained one was 4 years ago. Yes. So it's not in recent history that half the board has been attending this.
I'm in favor of the retreat, and I think it is only going to help us to become a healthier board, to be in front of each other and be able to have open conversation about some of the things that are important to us as we move forward.
One of the things city manager mentions about taking this thing into January. I'm in favor of doing something. I think one of the things that we'll do is to help bring him up to speed because he's just coming on board. See, he can get an idea where we're coming from. So I think it'd be a value to him and also be a value to all of us.
And to go back to the budget that I think was maybe Lo Davis mentioned, we need to start our budget process early. I think we've said that every year that I've been on this board, and it doesn't seem to happen. For some reason, it gets pushed off, and then we wait until the last minute to get anything approved. So I think that having this meeting early on, this retreat early on, only sets us up to getting to our budget sooner.
So with that said, I'm sorry, sir, did you want to say something?
Well, the other thing is, I would like to have, for instance, one element, in addition to all this capital things we have going on, have all the department heads come and talk about their visions for their department, and then see how that gets in line with yours. So we have just an earlier understanding of the issues that we know we have to address, and we just get an earlier start on things, and then I think it'll go much more smoothly with the budget.
Wherever it is, I mean, whatever we do, whatever we schedule, it has got to be easy for the public to get to. It has got to be recorded. These are open public meetings. There's no running and hiding.
100%. This is about the vision for the citizens and the city. In no way do I mean that we in any way diminish that.
And Alderman Davis, the public now goes out to the county complex for their utility bills. The community college is just down the road from there. So perhaps if they are having an issue, we might be able to help them get from one place to the other.
Madam Clerk, the agricultural thing is on the complex for the county government, right? It's on the, as you're looking at the left-hand side there? Okay. So we're talking about the county complex in Bolivia. So for the technical end of this, if we were to have it there in that different space to give us a different environment, does the staff have the capability of not necessarily live streaming it, but taping it so we can put it on the website?
We don't have a way to grab the sound or transpose that. I can go Facebook Live with a cell phone, and then pull the video from there. But the folks who watch it on TV or watch it via YouTube would not be able to.
You're talking about live?
Yes.
I'm talking about taped.
I can record it with a cell phone.
The standalone equipment that we used at the Indian Trail Meeting Hall, can we not bring that with us?
It's not standalone. We don't have sound capability with that, without speakers.
And so we normally have these retreats at the fire department upstairs in the executive room there. Do we have that capability at the fire department?
I think so. I don't know the full breakdown of what that would look like.
It is just a terrible mistake for us to leave town for this.
Well, sounds as though the technology may be limiting us anyway. How about we bring you some options for locations based on technology?
That would work, and then we can look at it and see what works best.
Right.
Well, this idea that we have to have tech is self-imposed.
Well, you take that away, and we really got problems with the perception of
And this spirals into, we have to keep closing government down because we have no place to go. But that's another topic for another day. So right now, the real question, we can break it into pieces. One, and I'm sensing there's support to have a retreat. So maybe we do it in pieces so we can move on. So I would entertain a motion to have a retreat in the January time frame when we get after the first of the year without naming a location or a date at this point. Are we in favor of having that issue?
So moved.
Well, we got to have a motion and a second. And we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that? All in favor of the idea of having a retreat in January, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. So the next part of this is to specify a date and a time and a location. How about we defer that until staff comes back with some options for us of how we manage that thing. Are we all good with that? Okay, then that we'll defer that. I don't think we need a vote for that. There's no motion. Sir, is there anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
We need to reschedule our September 2nd meeting.
You're absolutely correct. So, I'm going to say these words not because I'm trying to say we need to do something to accommodate me. I will not be here the first and second week of September. So I've already spoken to the Mayor Pro Tem about running the meeting on the 12th. So that we're good for that date, and we'll move forward with that. However, because we don't have adequate spacing to go and have meetings anywhere, all of the other dates that I was hoping to move the Labor Day one to seem to be filled. So the board obviously has the option of having that first meeting on a different date in the first week of September if they so choose. Does that make sense to you, ma'am?
It does make sense, but the availability of
Correct. So if you want to have the meeting in September, you either have it on the 9th or the 11th, they said? So that was one day before the next meeting. So a real good option might be just for that month, we cancel the first meeting and we just move on to the 12th.
So moved.
Mr. Second.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor, there's a second to cancel the first meeting in September. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? We've done that. Thank you.
That seems to be the easiest decision.
I have one other thing. I would like us to consider, and we don't have to find a date today, but I think we need a public meeting with our board and that for citizens around the whole ETJ conversation. I feel like we need to have a public meeting that clarifies what's going on and that sort of thing, and schedule something for our citizens.
I would not disagree with that, and we also have to have a discussion on how does this impact the comprehensive plan, as opposed to a statement that, well, we hope that we can do something with them in the future. That's not a plan. That's the statement that I got so far, and we have to have, we control that narrative. So we have to give direction to the vendor to say how that works.
So my thing is to have it as soon as possible. I don't know what, if any, there's availabilities on things, but this is, a current issue, and I mean, we're going on the 12th to the county's planning board to hear what is going to happen there, but there's a lot of information I think that we may individually have pieces of or know or think we know that needs to come together and have public discussion and have citizens opportunity for them to ask questions.
Do you envision this prior to the 12th or after the 12th?
Well, I think it would be prior to me, but I don't know if that's doable. But I would think we would want it prior to the 12th so they know what's coming.
Well, I'm not sure that we'll know what's coming until the 12th, the way
Well,
it's
we've
been working.
got the maps, and it may be that we have a second meeting afterwards. But so that people, if anybody, to get the understanding out there. I don't know. I don't know if any other board members have any thoughts.
Since we're moving, things have moved very quickly. I think we should just add it to the agenda on the 8th. And
Just one comment. Some of us were at the meeting the county held a couple of weeks ago, and all that was mass confusion. I don't think anybody had any clue what came out of that.
All right, so is there a motion on the floor to adjust the agenda for Thursday's meeting to have discussion on the ETJ?
So moved.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second it.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further conversation?
My only other conversation would be, would it be structured so if the staff would be prepared to do presentation? I'm looking at our city manager. That is yes, the answer to that.
I'm listening.
That we would have staff do a presentation to give us an update of where we are and all of that conversation. And then also, if we could, a certain amount of time maybe to have public questions. I mean, there may be some questions.
Would that be like a public hearing for that? Do we do public
Yeah, I don't know. Does that have to be a
Public hearing is not necessarily required. We can certainly advertise it as soon as it gets added. The meeting's already scheduled, so you can add that item to it, and you can do it.
Structure it however, right?
I can amend the agenda that's posted already. It'll be posted to the public in the morning, or you can add it that night, but I can go ahead and advertise it. It's up to you all how you want to handle that. And we do have an item on the agenda to discuss the relinquishment of the ETJ. Yeah.
Could staff in its presentation also put together for our consideration and for the public's knowledge the advantages of being in the city limits?
We already have that information as part of your packet, and sorry, Mo, and I've worked on that information already.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing bits and pieces of different property owners saying they want to de-annex, and the legislature has set a precedent of allowing that. So it would be good we could tell people who start talking that way that there are real advantages to being in the city limits, being part of the financial ones too.
All right, so we'll add that to the agenda for Thursday, and we'll.
We already have the item on there. We'll just elaborate
Right.
maybe more than we had planned.
For some public input. Okay. All right. So the important thing is that we present a unified message to the county, and I'll have that on my manager's report.
Any additional stuff on item I-6? Not hearing any. We'll go to the manager's report.
Okay, first off, man, I need to bring this up. The Inclusive Park Regional Location Update. A regional managers meeting will occur tomorrow, the 6th. If we're rained out, I'll schedule it as a Teams meeting. The regional managers have all confirmed attendance. Brunswick County Manager, Oak Island, Caswell Beach, Boiling Springs Lake, St. James, Bald Head Island. We'll meet and discuss options for the location for the regional park. We can then open the discussion as we go forward. We have a meeting set for the 30th. I will update you on the 8th with the options where we're at with the options. The ETJ, which is administratively a transition of zoning to the county. In my view, there are a couple of things we need to discuss. The approach to the county as a unified board. We should present a unified approach to the proposed zones, and the general concerns are three. Our staff met with the planning department at the county and advocated and articulated these 3 points. One, the impact on the quality of life for existing and future ETJ residents and property owners. We're concerned about that. The preservation of the character of the historic downtown Southport. If you can see this in my manager's report if you want to follow along. Southport is South Brunswick County's downtown. Southport's charm attracts visitors from neighboring towns throughout the year. Allowing intense development just outside the corporate limits has the potential to deteriorate the city's character. Zoning of a higher intensity than our current zoning, adjacent to the county, will add additional traffic trips and congestion in a downtown corridor that is reaching its limit from the physical road infrastructure that would deteriorate visitors and local experience here as they fight traffic to access the downtown and compete for geographically limited parking, which would spill into residential areas, which would harm the charm and quality of life of the downtown and neighborhoods. The creation of a gateway to Southport along North Howe Street. The gateway goes hand in hand with preserving the small town charm of Southport. Consideration and coordination with city staff to create a corridor overlay to protect that is imperative. Now the other aspect of this are public meetings, and we're talking about influence the process. We can't control what the county does, but we can control what we say and advocate to represent and protect our citizens and their future. That's what we can control. The public meetings to influence this process are the County Planning Board meeting August 12th at 6 p.m., where you have a direct contact, not like the previous meeting, which was, I think more in the planning terms, more of a charrette or something. But this is an opportunity to speak directly. Then I think there's a possible Brunswick County meeting on August 20th, if there's an appeal, at 2 p.m., as I understand it. So, these are the elements, and we've presented these. I've given you folks a handout that articulated these points. If there are any other points to make, we can certainly amend that, but it's a one-page handout. I've got copies here that I'll pass out in the closed session, and we can just go forward with a clear and simple message that's unified. All right.
Do you know whether this is going to be set up like the way that the county commissioners usually do their meetings, which is only the first 10 people who sign up to speak get to speak?
I wouldn't anticipate that because they're fully aware that many of our residents will be there, but there's no guarantee. We haven't had that conversation.
Yeah, that hasn't influenced them at all in the past.
Well, I think it's important that we just be unified in our approach. I think that's the important thing, and we do our best. We are here to be fierce advocates for this community and to fight for them, and that's what we plan to do. All right. Finally, the old City Hall courthouse. Again, being new, I see things from my perspective, and it's just so refreshing to see that the environmental and maintenance work is being done, that we can continue protecting our cultural heritage, which is so important in this day and age when it's eroding. It is the nature of our community to connect the past, present, and future generations to the inseparable link that I talked about in my opening speech that symbolizes what we value and hold dear. And these are things that are worth protecting. And regardless of the competing visions for the space, it's important that we preserve our heritage for today and the future. It's very refreshing to see us of Tom Z. Appreciate your work on that. And regardless of the vision for the space, that we fight to protect these spaces. So important to our heritage. Thank you.
Okay, next up is the mayor's comments. I'm going to hold off almost all my comments until Thursday, except to say that this board has been exceedingly busy, tackling a lot of big projects, and as you can see from our extended meetings, which we have, I don't know, I lose count after a while, 6, 7 meetings a month for a job that was advertised to me for 1 meeting a month. Dorothy, I'm holding you to that. Okay. That's all I have. So I'll just go down. I'll start with Frank. Frank, any comment? Alderman Spencer. Alderman Kelly.
I just want to thank our city staff who are already doing updates for the emergency conditions coming in and keeping the citizens informed while we have things going on, and certainly our entire staff, but the public works team who will be on the ground dealing with things directly after whatever impacts us. We appreciate that, and certainly the first responders taking their lives into their hands as they deal with anything that comes up during the course of whatever we end up having, which hopefully is much ado about nothing. And then for those citizens who have not been in the area before, please jump on Facebook, jump on our city website, and look at some of the hurricane preparedness tips that were presented last month before, by our city staff to make sure that you know what to expect and best ways to prepare for that going forward.
Alderman Davis.
Thank you, Alderman Kelly. I've lived through 3 Category 5s and 1 Category 4 and 2 Category 3s. What fun. The best way to prepare is to imagine that you're going to have 2 weeks with no access to anything. No stores, no gas stations, no banks, no drug stores, and then proceed accordingly. Second, I am imagining that we already are thinking in terms of what we're going to do if Thursday night is just a terrible time to meet. Are we looking at an alternative date if it is high winds and terrible rain, which I hope is all we're going to get?
Alderman Carroll. Alderman Mosteller. All right, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session. Is there a second? Kids, all in favor say aye, please. Any opposed? We're in closed session. Thank you.